As we continue our adventure with Deep Space 17, the senior staff on board the Ranger, with a certain VIP in tow, finds themselves in the middle of a battle as two sides clash over a throne worth of glass. And as we start, we're going to get right into the engagement. Given the map, we will be using fleet engagement rules for this. Currently, positions of the vessels are pretty much where we left off at. Currently, technically, I wouldn't say it is an even fight, but it should be somewhat balanced for everyone. Keep in mind, believe the I'm pretty sure you guys were ignoring the countdown that Prince Tolin was giving you, which at this point would give him the assault to go forward, unless you guys wish to do something else before the fighting begins.
I'd like a quick moment with the princess. It doesn't have to be private, but outside of that,
Uh, believe she was on the bridge. Yes.
um, looking at and taking in the situation, Arifa is going to turn to the princess and say, "Princess, tell me if this makes sense for you. It's my opinion that, well, your death as a result of all this is probably plan B. Dead, you're a potential martyr. Alive, you can be made to be put in exile and, well, used. How does that sound at all like your brother?"
I think my brother has gone mad.
Very well. I still think that while the station is sturdier, it's immobile and your safest chance is here with us. I also believe, despite you being the target, uh, your being on this ship perhaps will make it safer for us as well.
Then I leave my safety in your hands.
Very well. The one thing I can promise you, Princess, is if you die today, we do too. And, well, quite frankly, today is not a good day to die.
And as the red axons light up on the Ranger, battle begins. I will spend a 2 threat just for the thematic of them going first. Keep in mind, there is a handout for all of the fleet engagement rules in case you need it in the handouts folder. And gonna go defensive. It is your guys' go.
Question: does the station attack at all?
Station does not move. It does attack unless something's within its essentially radius. So if there's
How
a
big?
ship, if there's a ship,
How big is that?
it's technically adjacent. Let's see if I can't. Need it probably at the map real quick.
For what it's worth, just a suggestion, but maybe use one of our actions to take the ranger. Maybe put it between the station and the planet, or kind of try to nestle it in the rings.
Anything within that bubble, it will hit. Be able to attack or defend against.
Just trying to see how effective station defense could be.
What does the symbol represent on this ship?
Sorry. That represents that it's got a con of 4, so it has the extra movement of 1 space. Essentially 1 unit. The strength symbol is the representation that whenever you do attack, your dice for per effect counts as an extra point of damage. So it's like vicious on the roll.
Cool. And just to double check, this is the flagship.
Yes.
Their ships are faster than ours. All of their ships, and I like them. Does anyone have any objection to using one of the actions to get the ranger into a little bit of a safer spot?
No, that's fine.
Alrighty. So if I have this correctly,
Pull the
we use
ranger.
one of those actions to advance with the ranger, and that brings us a total of 2 zones.
Maybe
Awesome.
some of
Yes.
this.
You get 2 actions. So, however, since you're a special character on the ship, you can go ahead and actually roll to gain an extra action, add bonuses for attack and whatnot. Technically, all the players get this, so all of you would kind of go, since there's only 3 of you. All of you can go and create sort of like an advantage on the ship before the ship engages its movement.
Ooh. That sounds lovely. And sorry, just a follow-up question. Does that pertain only to the action that we use with the ranger, or does that also use up
That
our
only
second
pertains to the actions on the Ranger, not on the other ships.
action? Cool. Yeah. Let's do that. I guess, is there any chance I could use presence command and order Vogel to take us further away?
Um, are you wanting to gain like it has to be sort of in the veins because it's like it's a difficulty 3 task roll to do this. You can gain 1 extra action. You can reroll any number of dice for attack or defense before the group's next turn. You can add 1 challenge dice plus an additional challenge dice for each momentum spent to the group's attack or defense roll in case the Rangers. You can move 1 additional zone whenever the group moves its turn. Automatically allow regroup without rolling, which is essentially sort of a repair on the ship. Since all of you are going to create some advantage for this, you can essentially do 3 of on those lists during before the ranger goes.
I'd say the extra action's probably the most important out of that. Maybe start off trying to get that, and if it fails, well, second person in line has a tougher decision to make.
Well, I mean, if we're just hiding the ranger, all we really need is additional movement.
True, but an extra action gives us an advance, which is 2 hexes versus just an extra
So
hex.
you can go and say, you want to do the extra action. Vogel then can roll for their advantage and do the extra range or extra movement. And Garibaldi could go and allow for a reroll on defense dice. But it's
If
all in a
nothing
difficulty 3.
I really like that first line, so a reef will try to get that extra action.
I thought that rule only applies when the player or the characters are spread across multiple ships.
Usually it is, but I'm allowed, since there's only 3 of you and I'm not running a group full of 10 people, I'm allowing it for the ranger because you are kind of like the hero ship as it is. So I'm just allowing it before the ranger moves.
Like, your question is, do we really want to move the ranger first?
Uh, kind of, to be honest. That might just be me being a wimp, but it's a little too close, and they're mobile. Because at the moment, certainly with the princess here, the ranger has to survive. I mean, the it'd be nice if we win the battle, but with all the eggs in one basket, we have to survive.
Well, do your thing.
All right. Um, I'm just looking. Is it a specific one, or can I get away with that presence and command?
Presence command difficulty 3.
All right. Yeah, take a threat. Uh, and would team dynamics apply?
I'll allow it.
I don't feel comfortable with this, but there's no way I'm giving you 3 threat first roll out of the gate. Oh, thank God.
Gain a momentum. You gain the extra action. Who's going next? Garibaldi or Vogel?
I don't. I guess
Okay. What advantage are you going for?
I'll go for the rogue rolling attacker defense dice.
Uh, let's go control security difficulty 3.
Give you a bowl for an extra die. We'll re-roll.
Gain a momentum. Vogel, are you still with us? Or so now you're
I'm mobile and eating, but I could go into the other room and roll. I just don't want to eat up my computer, you know.
yeah. Do you want you go for the extra additional zone for movement?
Yeah, if that's what Arif is wanting to do, it was either that or I would try to make the ship harder to hit.
Oh, completely up to you for that one.
There is you have the extra turn, so you might as well go with the extra movement to get closer to the station. You could do that, and that would on the last one you can go essentially take a defensive posture. Like what's this called disengage, which adds +2 to your defense rolls.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay. This would be more of a control con difficulty 3 task.
We have 2 momentum.
Yep.
Okay, take a threat and I use both of those. Does the ship assist?
No.
No, not for these.
Okay.
Well, you got
That's
it, but there's a complication.
Yeah, I don't have a way to reroll it.
That'll be nice. I'm going to eat that complication. Gain 2 threat. Currently, you have 3 actions. You can move 3 units on the board each time you do sort of your flank. Well, not flank. Advance, or if you do flank, you can move 4. But that also lowers your defense.
I'd say there's probably no huge reason to be greedy. And at least not until we know exactly what they're gonna start doing. I would suggest maybe here um probably for what it's worth, my kind of idea of the end zone is around here, which kind of lets the station block a lot of the incoming, but also lets us be able to maybe go in and out or potentially get away. Um,
Yeah, that's gonna get you some arguments on the bridge.
why? What are you thinking?
Well, Garibaldi's point is like, we came all this way, we've done all this stuff. We didn't come all this way to hide.
Well, we came all this way to protect the princess.
I mean, if they're gonna come after her, we might as well. If they're gonna come after us with her on board, we ought to be in the station's sphere of defense, so that anything coming after us has gotta come within range of the station.
Well, I'll be honest with you, GQ. I think that's a good idea, but at the end of the day, even if we're behind the station, that still applies. And if we see them circling, we could always duck in for a little bit of safety. What worries me is allowing ourselves to become too enmeshed in external politics. We've come, we've made a stand, and we're currently protecting uh, the linchpin to this whole engagement. That's
Well,
gotta
those
be.
other ships are going to fight a whole lot harder if they don't see their, if they're not watching their princess cowering behind a space station.
Vogel, princess, thoughts?
As far as I'm concerned, there's nothing wrong with a fighting withdrawal. Live the fight another day.
And princess, does what GQ mentioned strike true, do you think?
It does. But if you are able to get me to this to the station, I can take command of the forces there.
If we were to put ourselves where GQ suggests, could you take command from here while staying nestled within the protection of the station and still mobile?
I suppose, yes.
Okay. GQ, forward your coordinates to Sarah and let's get moving.
I say put us. We got about 6 hexes of movement. I say put us about right there.
You still have another action.
Yeah, and then I would say for to use the disengage as our third action.
You have to move 2 squares. Or, well, 2 units. So you have to either go like this and then back.
No, it says I just moved one zone.
You
Says
have the
vessel
bonus.
moves one zone.
You have the bonus movement. So it's considered that you're, moving at an accelerated speed.
All right, well, then we'll just go back and forth. I'm more interested in the +2 bonus to defense than I am moving. So we'll go ahead and come back and end back in that same spot, unless there are objections.
There's no way to transfer the bonus to a different ship, is there?
No.
Okay. No objections.
Turn passes to them. So it's back to you guys.
Um, can we can't, is there a cooldown for our
You have to wait until all the other ships go. You can't
Gotcha.
go. So at this point, it's the princess's ships.
Okay. Well, what do you guys think? We either put up a defensive posture around the station or attempt to uh we could try to separate them, drive a wedge point, but that seems like I have to be honest, I usually lean towards defense, so that seems risky.
It looks like they're already trying to build up a flanking maneuver.
I my suggestion would be to pull all of our ships back a little bit and start setting them up to essentially circle or spiral around the station.
Yes, I mean, right now we got, I don't know, we got too many chiefs and not enough Indians here. And you're the ranking officer, theoretically.
Yes,
We're
but
not normally anymore.
I'm gonna say right now, I'm not gonna be having final call and all of this stuff all night. Arif maintains an open platform, an open war council.
GM, when it says on for advance, the vessel moves 2 zones, do you have to move 2 zones? Is that like a requirement?
Yes.
That's stupid rule. All right, so my suggestion: move this ship here and then have it disengage to there.
I have no issues.
What ship?
This one, have it move there or advance there and then disengage to there.
It has the bonus, so it moves 3.
Oh, good lord! Do I have to take the bonus?
Yes.
That's super inconvenient. Does the disengage have to be the last action to get the bonus?
Don't believe so.
Then, do I have to take 2 moves on a disengage?
Yes. You do have to take 2 moves on disengage.
All right, then 1, 2 for the disengage, and then 3 back to here.
Do you want to
However,
get?
that's where I want. That's where I want to end up. Yeah. No, I know. Because I went 1, 2 for the disengage, and then I had it worked out where I would
Okay.
end up right there. This hex
Okay.
right here is where I want the ship to end up.
Yeah, there's a way. Okay. Yeah. All right. It's fine where it's at.
Maybe I counted that wrong.
Back to you.
Well, we do we do we know are our or is our Kulathian ships kind of discounting the flagship roughly the same as their Kulathian? Well, I guess. Yeah,
Not
their-
exactly, but they're a mix of different types of ships. But baseline, they're all Kulathian ships. So
I'm still thinking that our best bet is to maybe keep kind of trying to get them to draw in closer to the station. So I would suggest maybe like one of these two ships maybe start heading inward.
the yellow markers is to show which ships have gone. So before it gets
Does,
too confusing.
Does Roll20 have a pathing function like Foundry does? Or like Foundry does?
You have to hold shift or alternate, I think, while you're moving the token and click on each hex.
Oh, let's try.
Yeah, what Prax just did.
No, that did not go.
So maybe move this ship here for a disengage, then 1, 2, 3 to have it end up there.
That's interesting. Yeah. Is that both of our actions or just one of them?
That would be both. The disengage to here, and then advance to there.
Sounds kosher.
So we'll end up here. Roll. We're going to do the same kind of combination of moves, Brax, but we're going to end up right there with the +2 defensive bonus.
All right. Back to you guys.
This guy at the moment is really the only person I'm hugely in danger of getting ganged up on, but at the same time, I'm not overly worried about him this second.
We either got to move him back or reinforce him.
Well, if we reinforce him and a significant amount go after him, we're gonna have to probably waste time bringing them back. But if the bulk of them go to the station, then it's definitely a good move. So, I'd make the call.
Dude, I don't play strategy games, man. I play Warhammer, not Warhammer 40K. I suck at this.
Hey, I've played thousands of hours of Civilization and pretty much never got a domination victory, so
That's a science
right
fiction
there
for
with you.
here. We haven't moved yet.
No, I was trying to the pathing thing.
Oh. Well, Ogle, what ideas you got? You play that Stellaris game thing.
Yeah, but this is totally different than that.
This
I
is
mean,
more
it's
like
like
checkers.
Civ. I mean,
Well-
it's probably more like Civilization than anything. The combat in that.
My leaning is to basically bring us all in closer to the station and simply try to peel our own ships around to the most current attack point. That's the best thing I got because it's a little too soon to see what their lines are going to be. So, yeah.
All right, I've moved the last two ships, so it's somebody else's turn. When we all die, I don't want it to all be my fault.
I kind of do.
I noticed.
All right, so, I guess, is it possible to, get us over, actually, I don't think the disengage, your voice is not working. I don't think the disengage is necessarily necessary for now. Why don't we move this ship here and then take another action with a different ship entirely?
Well,
You
does it work?
Doesn't work that way.
Oh, okay. Then maybe disengage and end up here.
You can end up there on a disengage.
That works for me.
Back to you.
I'd say maybe take this guy, throw him here. No, I can't legitimately think of a good enough reason to use disengage.
You can still just disengage to here. To
Plus two.
031. Yeah. The problem is though you're turtling up too soon, but that's just me as a strategist.
That, I'm with you, but I'm not the one making the call.
Yes, you are. So I'm definitely willing to, you know, what would be your intended strategy, GQ?
Well, it's back to you guys again. So
So we didn't even make a move that time.
I figured you were already moving there, so and then I moved it a couple units, or moved a unit.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Hey,
Is it working now?
it is.
That was weird.
Let's pull this ship right here with the disengage and then a move. I hear no objection, so disengage to there, move to there. That ship.
Back to you.
Hey, do you want to kind of start reinforcing, I guess, the west side, and maybe bring a couple of the ships over to meet this group? Maybe see if we can peel off more.
And we have the bulk of our ships here. This ship back here isn't doing us any good where it is.
Sounds like a good reason to have it and get out of there.
Should probably move this one first, though, if you're trying to do the strategic withdrawal thing, because it's in range, I think.
Mm-hmm. I think we're in range of any of those ships this turn.
You sure about that?
No.
I'm guessing this.
All of these have moved already. If this guy's got the same flank speed, he could get here and attack.
Not if we put this one here and attack.
Well, if we were going to go aggressive,
Yeah, he could. Never mind.
because they had a ship out here that was all by itself for a while that we could have tagged. Thinking if we hold off on moving these 3 ships that haven't moved yet, if he brings forces in here, we've got ships we can attack with. But if we move, then we won't be able to retaliate.
You know, as silly uh, as it sounds, I think we could probably for this one at least, we could attack run to here and then just feint to here and leave it where it was.
So to do an attack run, you have to remain adjacent to the actual target. So like your move when you move one zone, it has to be adjacent to the actual like intended vessel you wanting to attack.
That's fair.
So is it only the ships with the little birdie symbol that have the extra moves?
Yes.
Oh, why don't we just have it work and then feint back to where it was? Not feint, disengage back to where it was.
You'll be moving, so if you go like to here and then back, you'll end up there for a disengage.
The extra move happens on everything.
If you're wanting to do like you have to advance there, like this would be your advance and then disengage. Would be if you're wanting to disengage right there.
Any objections?
I don't see the advantage in making that move, but I don't object.
We just got to decide if we're going to go all in on the turtle strategy to use the station. If we're not going to go all in on that, then I think we need to be a bit more aggressive.
We could always disengage this ship to here and then move it here to reinforce that flank.
Yeah, I'm just saying if we don't do something with this ship, this one and potentially this one can get to it. Because wings mean +1 movement, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So if it moves 3, it'll move to J20, and then it's just a simple 1 movement attack run to it. Same thing with this one. This one can move to I-21, and then if it gets 2 moves for the attack run, it's there.
So I'll say I lean towards the turtle because as a player, it's what I'm used to. However, I will certainly acknowledge it is probably not the better strategy. It's just the one I have. No.
I mean, we have 4 ships on this flank that hasn't moved, right? We could use them to start going after some of these ones out on this flank.
I am not opposed to that. I think it probably makes sense. Excuse me. If that's the case, to maybe have this guy eventually settle into the area where these ships are, but I say go for it.
Ogle?
I said my opinions. It's either we got to go full turtle or we should start being aggressive. And I would be aggressive by going after that guy.
Let's give it a shot.
Which one are you using?
Because either way, I think we're about to lose a ship here. So
Oh,
unless we move him out back here, this one, we're about to lose this ship either way. So it depends what value do you want to get.
then have him go out fighting. Maybe try and get him in this area. If maybe make it a little bit harder to get to by both of these.
Because I think we could. What's feint? 1 move. So you could probably advance and then feint just to get him his defenses down a little bit.
Then you move this ship here and then feint to here. That counts as his 2 defenses.
Or be feint here, whichever. Just to open.
Well,
Get
if you
up
send
other
him back
ship.
here, you make him vulnerable to this guy.
He's vulnerable no matter what he does, because this guy can move 5 spaces. So no matter where you put this guy, unless you're going to move him out, he's going to get attacked. By 2. Unless you put him here. I'm just thinking if we leave these 2 spaces open, these 2 ships have the possibility of getting attacks on it to destroy it at the cost of 1 ship.
Make your move.
That's what I'm saying. It's we got to make the call now. If either we're pulling it back to turtle around the station, let them come to us, or we got to do the aggressive thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Jacob's already said he doesn't object to us going aggressive. And I'm agreeing. Make your move.
Okay. So yeah, I would probably advance just to get it here, and then maybe
Okay.
just feint here.
Okay.
Maybe we could. Yeah, maybe we could do something else with these other guys.
All right. So that's your move, the feint.
Yep.
Okay. Feint. That guy. which that takes away the disengage.
He was on, where was he at, G23 or F24?
He was up here, so 3 and
Yeah,
the
yeah.
2. Back to you.
Well, if we're committed to this, then it's a move here, and then we attack there.
Yep.
Compliance.
Roll 4. 4 challenge dice. He's technically was at 0, so there's no dice, but yeah. It's damaged.
And the other thing is, I don't think we could get anybody else in there.
You could have, but you're taking up the square. The ship's taking the square, which you can't take up a square and end your move. But it is their go. Their turn. Advance to there, and then I'm going to fate him again. Back to you.
Right, I think we have an opportunity to possibly take out one of these speedy ships.
Go for it.
There's no way to get this guy over there and attack at the same time, is there?
No.
Okay.
Just trying to look at all these. We don't have any command vessels, do we?
Nope.
Can the station do anything to bolster the fleet?
That's what I was asking. If the
Oh.
if maybe the station had that
It-
ability.
It only applies to groups. So the station is an immobile object, so if there's nothing in range, it literally does nothing. Just FYI.
I was just seeing if it potentially had a direct ability.
No. There is no direct there is no one with a direct ability for this.
Yeah, I didn't know if maybe the station had a command 4.
Yeah. Unfortunately it does not.
Okay. So then
Would it if we transported the princess on it?
Well, would the ranger have the direct ability?
We've already gone.
it needs a command 4. The ship does.
Yes.
I don't think the ranger does.
It has to, the ship has to have a command 4 in order to do a direct.
Because then I would just, whatever command ship had, I would have like this one get like an extra turn or something. But I think in the meantime, I think we could double up this one.
I can see
yeah.
one of our ships that can get an attack on that, but not two.
This one and this one.
This one too, potentially.
That's the one I pointed to. The one on
I
the right and this one. I
Alright.
guess, what is that?
I thought all three of those had moved yet. I wasn't paying attention.
You
Yeah,
have
it doesn't have
4
yellow, so I'm
ships.
assuming it moves.
Yeah, you have 4 ships that can move currently.
Yeah, so I think this one maybe goes here and either does a feint or an attack run. And then this one could get there and do the same.
Let's attack. Let's try to thin the numbers.
So what? Who's going where? That ship goes there and does a feint or attack run.
Attack run, I believe.
Roll 4 challenge dice.
It's you, Vogel. I don't have the luck.
It is definitely damaged. That one is gone. It's back to them. Attack run on this one, so roll a 1 challenge dice for defense. This ship is defending, so yeah. It is damaged. Back to you.
I think pretty much the same thing with this ship.
What are you doing?
Heading over here. And attacking the ship.
Okay, that's your advance. You gotta move 2 more squares for the attack run.
Oh, hold on, back it up, Prax. So there's 1, 2, 3 for the advance,
Okay.
and then 1, 2
Okay.
for the attack run.
Roll 3 dice. See, it's already defend.
Oh, are the faster ships less powerful?
It's their scale. Their scale 3.
Okay.
But it's already defended once, so actually damages that ship. So beat it by 1. As that vessel goes into engage, a wounded prey, it is damaged. They fought back fiercely. Oh, you know,
Wait, wasn't that one already damaged?
yeah, that one there. They still get to defend.
Right.
Yeah, they only rolled 2 dice. I rolled 2 dice, got 3. Against your 2.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
How's that?
Hello.
It's like right in the middle critical moment, it stops working.
I know we really needed you to.
I don't know what's causing it. I don't know if it's drawing too much bandwidth or what. I know Discord was sluggish on my end.
They do a disengage to there. Back to you. If you have 2 left.
Did we not blow that guy up? Or
Nope.
did we blow that guy up?
He defended and damaged your ship instead.
That's why I needed to ask how many dice he was rolling. Before we decided to roll dice or not.
It was a lucky roll. He was rolling. You were rolling 3 against his 2. I happened to get 3 as a result, and you only got 2.
None of our ships at the moment that we have left can get to him. So it looks like it's all about positioning and setup.
Yeah, probably just move him here. Or here. Or
Move
here.
him wherever you wanted him to be at. Within, the movement.
Well, he could technically move 6, so we can put him wherever we need him to. Could put him here. K-27.
So what are you doing? You disengaging to there?
Just moving. Like he's not going to get attacked by anything, so just moving.
He needs to go 1 more square then.
This really should be up to. I shouldn't be forced to move 6.
Unfortunately, it doesn't read that way. There.
What page are these on, and in what book?
It's in the handouts. It's verbatim on the handout, but it's in the command book.
Okay.
I don't remember the exact page.
Here, Beck.
You have 1 ship left to move.
It's on page 105. Or excuse me, 101 in the book. 105 on the PDF. What do we got? This little ship down here. I imagine we just get it up in here so on its next turn it can reinforce somebody. It's in a bad spot way back there.
All right, back.
So what are you doing with that one?
Unless there's any objections, we're just going to take the advance twice to get it there. Fill that gap in the line because way back by the station. It's not doing us any good.
So that's your movement.
Yeah, we'll do a double move.
No bueno. Advance. Disengage. Okay. It is going to go to you guys. I'm going to clear the board of all that have went. Just so you know, however, ships with bonuses will persist until their turn. Or essentially debuffs resist until their turn.
So basically, move the ones that haven't defensed up first.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just doing the mass click to mark, unmark ones that have, for clearing the board for going. But it is your guys' go first.
So 2 attack rolls, we didn't do any damage to that guy.
Did one to that guy. He defended the other one.
Oh, okay. The dots, Doy.
Yeah. Red and blue dots indicate, like where they're at. So, if they have the one red dot, it means they're damaged. And if both are gone, they're pretty much destroyed or disabled. But yeah, it's your guys' go.
Should we keep trying to hammer either this one or this one?
Well, if we don't pull this guy out, it's going to get destroyed.
Keep in mind he only has one turn because he's damaged. So ships that are damaged only get to go once. Which depends on how you want to do it. Like either you can withdraw them and then attempt to do a regroup down the road, or try to do a regroup. Which a regroup is the ship moves one zone. In this case, since he's got the little wings on him, he would move 2 for the regroup.
Let's disengage him to here. Then he'll get a +2.
So you're gonna disengage to here.
I think that would be the best move.
You guys in agreement?
Yeah. No
Okay.
attacks of opportunity, right?
Yeah. No attacks opportunity, but his defense does reset. So
Yeah, and then it gets a +2.
Yeah.
More critically, it gets a +2.
that's all he can do. Just so you know.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's going to be an all-star later.
All right. and then Fate. That guy. Back to you.
Could we, or I guess should we, move this ship here to attack run, and then
He has one dice, just so you know. One.
okay, you're
He
right.
can only go once.
In which case, move this ship to attack run, and then just disengage back into the same spot.
That, or we could do something about this. So if this ship moves here, that's an M. What is that? 17. If he moves, does he lose that feint, or is it
No,
on there?
it stays. It stays until the next turn.
Okay.
Stays until he goes, or it stays until the next turn for it. Technically, the debuff stays until he goes again, but
Well, we take this ship and move him advance to here, and then attack run on this guy while he's still got his little debuff on.
Who gave him his first debuff, the feint? Which guy gave it to him? Him?
I don't remember.
I think it was this guy.
Oh, I actually think it was this one. Because we moved it there to get him out of there so that someone could attack. What if we did this guy? Who has... Yeah, we could probably have him attack run here, and then maybe... feint this one. Yeah. Attack run here. Maybe try to destroy him because I don't think he has a defense. And then feint here. And then that might open him up to that one.
How are you going to get that ship to M15? Because to attack run with him, you've got to move him. So and the only place he can move and attack would be here. And then the feint is just one move. Which even if you destroy that ship, that just gets you...
I keep thinking he has two. Damn it. And just FYI, I cannot control any of our ships.
No,
I
none
have,
of us can.
yeah, I have to move him because I'm using. So you just kind of have to tell me where you want to go.
Whereas if we get this guy in here,
Yeah, he's just really exposed there.
Or you want to do like an attack run here?
we're still talking about it.
I thought he had two for some reason.
Yeah, the ones that have two movements are the ones with the wings.
Yeah. There's too many symbols. They're not clear. Just I'm trying to keep this guy from running.
Well,
And
so
they can't share the... So here's the question. Can they share the same space?
No.
No.
But if you want to keep this guy from running, we probably got to hit him sooner than later. And whichever one of these ships we hit him with, that whatever ship we hit him with is going to end up there.
You
Unless
can
you hit
pass
him.
through a zone, but you cannot end the turn on or you cannot end the turn on like its turn on top of someone else. Just to be clear.
Unless you attack run to here with him, and then disengage back if we win. If we lose, then we attack run back here with him.
If you
Yeah.
lose, you won't be able to. You lose an action. So
I mean, it'd be easier if we could move this one first, but that would cost us the feint, which I don't think we should do. Yeah, I think we just move him to K17. Hope you roll good.
roll 4. It is destroyed.
Silly question, but does a zone with a destroyed ship in it, is that usable to end the turn?
I will allow it. I moved it to the map layer. Just FYI. But he still has 2 more. He still has another action, so you do need to use him again.
Yeah, I think we just move him back to L18 with a disengage.
Mm-hmm. That's what I think.
Good shooting.
First kill.
Let's keep an eye on their damn command ship.
Advance attack run on that guy, so roll 2 dice.
Good shit. Good shit.
Ouch.
Not
Is
that good.
damaged. Oh, I need to mark that he went. Back to you.
I guess the other question is, can they move through other ships? I guess that'd be the other question.
Yes, you can move through other ships. You just cannot end your turn on the ship.
Okay. I think we might have to cut our losses here.
Just try to. Well, what are you thinking? Take this guy back somewhere?
Well, I'm thinking maybe we try to put pressure on that, kind of trade him to take this one, because this one's a speedy one. I think we kind of want that one gone.
Well, all I can say is shoot well.
So maybe with this one here, we do a feint on it and then go back for an attack run. Just this ship, the J24 for the feint, and then back for the attack run.
All right, what ship are
Sure.
you using?
This one.
So you're
I
gonna-
can't see what J that is. I guess it's 26. Yeah.
26. So
Yeah.
you're gonna move here for the attack run on that guy.
First
No.
the feint and then the attack run. Is feint the one I'm thinking of?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So feint, an attack run. Roll dice. Roll 4, right? Yeah.
Nice.
It's destroyed.
Because then if we lose this one, we're basically trading a generic ship for a speed demon. And I think that's a better trade.
Perhaps, but the generic ships have hit harder.
Oh, do they?
Yeah. The non-speedy ships are rolling 4 dice for attack, and the other ones are rolling. The speedy ones are only rolling 3.
Uh-huh. Still, taking away something that could faint twice. From further away, I think is a better move.
He's gonna faint. So just I'm gonna move this one to the side real quick. He's fainting there. All right. So he's gonna be at a 0 on his defense, and then attack run there. And he just needs to not roll zeros.
Come on, miss.
No. That ship has been destroyed. And Mark, need to get rid of that. All right. Back to you guys.
All right, now would probably be a good time to get this guy out of here. I'd say move him to J30 with a disengage.
You want to disengage to there?
Yeah.
That's all he can do because he is damaged. I'm not making this easy. Oof. Faint on that guy. There, and then faint again. Yeah, that works. And then we're gonna go attack run. So roll 2 dice.
Wait, you're taking 2 turns?
Oh, sorry. You're right. I'm going ahead of myself. Your go.
And so this one fainted.
Yeah, I fainted on that guy. He's at defense 2. So if you're gonna move him now since I gave away my plan.
In all fairness, after getting fainted on twice, I think moving him is not the worst idea, no matter what.
Could just move him. If we move him out, we leave this guy out to dry. How about we feint attack?
So you're gonna feint and then attack run?
Yes.
Yeah.
Roll 6 dice.
6? I'll take it.
Yeah, he's a scale 6. He's your big boy. Oh, well, shit. Well, he's damaged. And now the defense 0. Enhance attack run. Roll 2 dice. He's damaged. Back to you.
Not for nothing.
Didn't he
but
still get to roll 4 being a scale 6?
He's fainted twice, so it drops down to 2.
Oh, he was fainted twice. Okay.
Yes. That's why I fainted twice, so that the little guy could actually have a chance against him.
Gotcha. So we could get this speedy guy
Can
to
move his advance there
and attack him. Yeah.
So you're advancing and attacking to there, right?
Yes.
Roll 3. Oh, defended. So nothing happens. I literally don't roll because he's at a defense 0, but you rolled
Yeah, I
a
know.
0.
We just needed
We
one.
just needed 1. Unfortunately, he defended. So it actually technically equals out. So yeah. No damage to either ship, but I guess it's back to me. Advance.
don't like that.
Back to you,
What'd you move?
that guy.
They moved one of the flankers.
Oh, okay. Probably the same with this guy. 2 here to L22 for the attack run on him.
Yeah, he's one of the speedy ones, so we got to go 3 and then 2.
Well, not if we do the attack run first.
Oh, yeah.
So you're gonna attack run to there. Roll 3.
Yeah.
On that one, yeah.
Roll 3. Just need a 1. Yeah. Yes, the first result. You rolled a 1. He is destroyed. So
And then we could move to M25 to feint that one.
Works for me.
you're gonna faint to there.
Mhm.
Yeah, on that one.
Okay. Do. All right, you're at a defense 1. Okay. His turn is done. Advance to there. All right. Back to you.
Is this one of their beefy boys here?
I'm not commenting on that.
Why?
It's a cruiser, so it's scale 4.
Okay. I just didn't know if it was one of their 6 scale ones. If they have any of those. Our turn, you say?
Yes, it is your turn.
Um, Thoughts on potentially, it doesn't really do anything for us right now, but maybe moving the ranger here or here to try to draw the ships a little closer to the station.
Well, it depends. So here's the question: are your orders to have the ranger not fire weapons at all?
That would be a reef's standing orders, at least while there's still Kulathian ships.
Okay.
Garibaldi objects. We got one of the stronger ships on the field, and we're hiding it.
I mean, anytime you guys want to go roleplay that, by all means. In the meantime, I think we could probably get 2 feints on this ship in at least 1 attack run. And potentially still out of range from that one.
What's the little flag icon?
Flagship.
Flagship. Essentially,
Is
there's people of interest there, which technically I need to remove it from the station. But
What's the little strongman icon?
when you do an attack run, you get every effect counts as an extra, like so it's like vicious one essentially. Because you have a scale, security level 4 or higher. Yeah, what are you guys doing for your turn?
I think we should focus down the one at G35.
Would that leaves both of these ships potentially able to attack it? Or
Oh yeah, that's a good point too. So we could take this one. What is that? J28. So first move would be to G31, and then it would feint. I would not put it there though. I would probably put it here,
Okay.
just to keep it out of range of that. So yeah, I would advance and then feint on that one.
Okay, that's your turn.
Yeah.
Advance. So back to you.
All right. And then is the one on I-31, is that our scale 6? Or is that
Scale
a
4.
6?
You're scale
That one's a
4.
4?
The green indicates a scale. So
The what?
the
What
green,
green?
if you Can you? Oh, you can't click on the token. Sorry, it is a scale 4. It's considered a cruiser.
All right, so this ones are only scale 6 then.
Yes.
Okay, that's good to know. Alright, so that has a feint, so that's a defending at 2, correct?
Yes. Currently.
Okay, so I would take this beefy, the scale 4 here at I-31, advance it to I-35, and then attack run to H-36.
That's what I was thinking.
Roll 4 dice. 4 challenge dice, please.
Nice.
Okay then.
Rip. Back to me. Alrighty. Going to advance, attack run, or not attack run, feint this guy. Back to you.
Alright, and then I think we should take that one and advance it to I-35, and then attack run to G-37.
So you already defended once.
Yeah, so you should defend it at 1.
Yep. Alright, you're attacking there.
I mean, let me know if you guys have anything else to do with that guy.
The only thing I'd ask is why G37 instead of 33?
I get the same question.
I'm thinking the next one here, or closer here.
That's fair. The only thing that I'm worried about is our western side at this point.
I mean, yeah, my thought is if we quickly mop up this right side, because we kind of have the numbers there, that we'd be able to push back our left inside to the station, and then they'd be able to reinforce after they mop up.
Fair.
Then the position there allows him 2 potential feints and or attack runs on either of those ships, depending on who moves first.
So you're doing the attack run?
Yeah.
Roll 3. It is destroyed.
Yeah, plus it's a scale 4 out of there.
And he went. Come on, roll 20. There we go. Yeah, you got that back. Extraction. Advance. He's going to direct this one to do an attack run on him. So roll 2 challenge dice for me, please. It is damaged. He gets one more. Why not? Attack run again. Roll 1 challenge dice.
You can command him to move 4 times.
That's his
Oh,
third one.
It's
Third one.
direct. Never mind.
Yeah,
Never mind.
direct twice. Oh my god. Barely got him on that one. That was apparently, I guess, a tough fight for the crews. And it is destroyed.
This ain't no joke.
And he is done with his turn. All right, back to you.
I think all we have left is Ranger.
Mhm.
Wait, just out of curiosity, because we're holding the princess and kind of the hero ship, can we direct?
It has to be a command 4 on the vessel.
Oh, that's correct. Sorry.
Unless a player character has fleet commander talent, which no one does, not even the princess,
Oh.
because she's not geared that way.
That's for the best. For the Kulathians. We can't reinforce a ship or heal a ship, can we?
You have to have an engineering score of 4 or higher.
Which I don't think any of the ships have.
None of the ships have that.
I mean, it'd be nice if the station did.
Is it the station?
Station is pointless.
I never. I'll go ahead and say, yeah, it probably has an engineering score for it. I didn't actually give it stats, just scale, because I didn't think it would be. Matter of fact, but it is technically a station, so it should have an engineering score 4 or higher. So if it's within a sphere, it could reinforce, essentially do the, on its turn, it regroup to get a ship back in fighting order. It will do the regroup for that vessel, just so you know.
Yeah, regroup.
So you're gonna try to regroup those two.
Yeah.
Okay, I need 1 at 10 and then 1 at 9.
One what?
Challenge dice. You have to roll challenge dice. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Well, I didn't know when you said 1 at 10 and 1 at 9. I didn't know what you meant.
Yeah, sorry. One challenge dice at 10 and the other one at 9, because it goes down by 1 each. For the second one.
What do we need to get?
3 or higher.
Well, it's a good thing you only needed 3 or higher.
Real. Okay then.
Both those ships have been regrouped. And the station is done.
And I think you just have him, and then we just have the Ranger.
Yeah. I'm gonna advance and then disengage to there for him. So it is Ranger's go. And all the player characters on board the Ranger.
Well, let's see what bonuses we get first.
Same old, same old. I'll go for the extra action.
Difficulty 3, Presence Command.
Let's see if we can roll it flat and not give, because we don't have any. Unfortunately, this is the only way we have to gain momentum. And if we start giving, I don't feel. Maybe we shouldn't. Maybe we shouldn't give Prax more threat.
That's fair. Let's
especially
see.
if we're not going to get the ranger into the fight.
In which case, allow me to quickly delve into my talents just to double check that I'm not missing anything. No, that's more of a stretch than I want to do. All right, presence command. I will roll it flat.
Okay, still difficulty 3. I do not gain the extra action. What is Garibaldi and Vogel doing?
I'm going to go for the same thing I went for before, the re-rolling dice for attack or defense. Would it Starship tactics is pretty much going to be almost a universal focus for this thing?
Sure.
Then I will use my join talent to pick that up.
Yeah. Control. There's a complication.
Nothing I knew about it.
I'll give myself 2 threat.
Hey, the thing I was trying to avoid.
Vogel?
I'm not sure there's really anything I need to do here.
You don't have to do anything if you don't want to.
Yeah. Yeah, because if it's a difficulty 3, unless giving you boatloads of threat, which I think we're trying to avoid, I don't think I'll do anything.
Okay.
Just pilot the ship.
What 2 actions are you wanting to do for the ranger guys?
Well, if Arif and Garibaldi are in disagreement, you should go to the bridge and let them roleplay that out.
You know, well, it really depends on what side of the debate Vogel falls on.
Vogel said that we should take the entire fleet and retreat, live to fight another day, but that was Vogel's 2 cents.
Because Garibaldi's opinion is we need to get the ranger in the fight. But if Vogel's sitting at the helm, and so if Vogel falls on a reef side, then there's really nothing Garibaldi can do.
At the moment, at least at the moment, it looks like we are prevailing. And the closer we get to those enemy ships, the harder it's going to be to keep the princess safe. Sorry, GQ, your lives matter more than, well, the adrenaline.
The ranger could turn the tide of this ship with this fight.
Seems like the Kulathians are turning the tide themselves. Princess, your people are quite impressive.
Fight's not over with yet.
That's why we're still here.
What are you doing for your 2 turns?
My suggestion would be to bulk up the defenses and try to put us in a position that forces enemy ships into the station's range.
To move there and disengage to there.
Or
That brings
the
us
other,
closer to the rest of our fleet and keeps us within the range of the station. It makes us and we become a little bit of bait.
well, so does here.
Technically, you're on top of the station. There.
Well, so does this area. If we're here,
Yeah, but the closest we can go 2 there and 1 there, and then we're completely by ourselves on that side of the station.
well, we've got 3 people here. The problem is over here we can be attacked by 2 or 3 people, and quite frankly, that's enough. There's no way to delay our action, is there?
We're the last one to move.
That's a fair point.
I don't know. Vogel's at the helm. Which way does she take the ship?
That's what I was trying to figure, you guys, what we're doing. If we're getting into the fight,
Well, it's a matter of Garibaldi and Arif are arguing with each other on the bridge, and you're at the helm.
Yeah, I
So
think it's
who
gonna come down
does Sarah listen to? Garibaldi or Arif?
Garibaldi, do you prefer 1, 2, 3, or 4, 5, 6?
Oh man, this is a decision that should not be made by the dice.
Indeed.
Because Vogel's torn. Like she's either gonna bring the Ranger full speed ahead into the fight, or she's gonna follow Reef and tuck in here to protect the princess.
Or she splits the difference and goes 1, 2 for her movement, and right back there as a disengage, and just sits there.
Disengage.
I would be okay with that. I would really be okay with that.
Or disengage to 35, disengage to 34.
I'm even more okay with that, but
Is that what you're doing?
I don't know. That's why I was gonna let the dice decide.
all right. It seems like the one thing that we've all at least managed to humorously agree on is leaving her where she is after disengaging twice. Maybe we should just
All right, disengage, put it at 34. Still gives us options to move either way.
So far from the fight there. Garibaldi is just griping.
Arif's got a big old proud smile.
All right.
Just hearing from the security console going, never put a cowardly pacifist in the middle of a fight.
Is that where the Rangers ending up at?
Yeah. I was just gonna roll it, and that would have determined what she did, but no dice, so Reef won out.
All right. Since you guys went last, they get to go first. I think I've lost more than taking you guys down some.
Is there a reason you keep sticking with flaws on my leg?
Well, this guy's in danger.
Who's in danger?
This guy. Going to let's go advance. And then disengage there.
Oh yeah, that guy was in danger. Very much so.
Yes. Caveat, I think the flanker's dead. No. Yeah.
I mean, he
Anyhow.
could be.
Anyhow. It is back to you guys.
All right. Well, this is our big scale 6 that's also in danger.
It is. You want to try to
Should
get
we-
back to the station, or you gonna try to regroup it?
I can
Oh.
pull him here to disengage, and then regroup to there.
It could only move one because it's damaged.
It's damage. You can only go. You can only move one. You could technically flank speed there, and get in range.
And then have the station.
Oh yeah.
But
Yeah,
its defense will go down by 2. So
and
it would literally
the
be
other issue is-
defenseless.
yeah, the other issue is these speed guys can still get it.
So that's going to happen either way.
Yeah. So who's the one that fainted him? Is he dead?
Oh no, he went. He's technically not. You're not fainted.
Okay. Because that might change some of what we do.
Technically, you're at the full 6.
Okay. So I don't think they have enough. So we could either disengage given the +2, or we could try to regroup. Or we could try to go here and repair it.
We'd have to flank, you get back there, and then he would be as if he'd gotten disengaged.
It'd be the same
Revolt.
as if he was fainted. It's just that the next turn we could use the station to try to fix him up.
Boy, I would hate to have the station regroup only one vessel if we can somehow avoid it. But there's no way to get him to scale 6 safely out of range, right?
No, not totally. I mean, it is a scale 6, and these are 3s. So,
Still.
What if we pulled this ship back and then feinted to here? And then if the enemy gives us the
Here.
opportunity,
You're overthinking that.
I mean, the thing is, there's 3 ships there,
Uh-huh.
and he's in range of all of them. We'd have to move to at least get it out of range of one of them. I think our best chance is to disengage him, given that +2, so it defends at 8. There's probably going to be a few feints in there, but
That's fine. I told you, strategy stuff is not my forte.
yeah.
There's a
I
reason,
mean,
there's
I
a
think-
reason other than a lack of sufficient income that I don't play 40K.
I think this flank is in danger of collapse anyway, but I think that's our best chance to save that ship is to do that. I'm not sure what he'd roll for the regroup. Otherwise, I'd say try that.
6.
But
Be 6 dice. It's your defense dice that you have, and you have to get 6. Get 6 total in order to regroup it.
Whoa, we'd roll 6 dice and have to get a success on every single one of them?
Yes.
Does that put the station? The station has to get 6 as well, or that?
Yes, the station has to get 6 well, but considering how it regroups other ships, every effect counts as a bonus. So
Then yeah, probably I'd say let's do the disengage.
well, if that's the case, maybe flank speed is the way to go. Get it back to the station.
Just out of curiosity, if we did disengage to here instead of here? Yeah, that actually no, that would keep us in range of all three. Never mind.
Except for this far one. This far one, if we move it one to the right in any direction, it can't reach it.
Uh,
At least reach it with an attack run.
Yeah, I mean, but a flank gets us to there, and then he's down 2 defense.
and in range of both of these ships.
Yeah, it's that's the thing. It's either one of them are going to go, and maybe this thing can fix it in time. Is my thought process.
All right.
Otherwise, we just got to move it back one and give it the +2, and then it's up to the dice gods. Because that was just my thought process. If we get it here, it still defends at 4, but then the next turn we can use the station to try to fix it fully.
If nothing, I mean, the other advantage is we pull back there. When they come into attack, they'll put them within range of the ranger.
Yeah, that too. And there's also 2 ships here and a ship here. I'm just trying to save the big ships. But yeah, somebody needs to make that call.
Let's do the flank then.
Right, yeah. We'll move it there if it's in range of the station.
All right.
What scale is the station?
10.
Thank you.
Yeah, it'll hit hard if they get there.
All right, someone else will have to roll for a while. You're going to take the dog out.
Faint. And then faint again. Your guys' go.
So that one's just at a -2 then?
It is at a 2 total. Until you activate it, it's at a 0.
All right.
Because it's disengaged currently.
I don't think it could stay there.
And that makes me feel slightly less worried about the scale 6.
Yeah, since that moved, yeah.
If that's one of the quick ones, right?
No.
No. Okay. So at best we can get it to here, which really doesn't do much because these 2 ships will just.
Yeah. Best bet would be to advance it here.
And it could soak up some incoming. But
You're going to go here and here for the advance?
Yep.
Is that your goal? That's what you're doing?
Yep.
Okay,
Unless
keep
we
it.
put it here and disengage it, so we still keep it.
Because if you go here, it's still going to be at a 0 defense rating. If it goes here, you do disengage to here, then you still have the 2 defense.
Yeah.
If we, well, that's whether
I
or
think
not-
it's better. I think that's the better move is to do that because either way they're in range of that. It just puts it on a range of that.
Yeah. Agreed.
We're kind of playing defense right now because you went first.
All right, that's what you're doing?
Yeah, it has to
Yeah.
be. Otherwise, we lose that for free.
Advance attack run on that guy. Roll 2 dice. It is damaged. Back to you.
Okay, so this is kind of a ballsy move, but I think it's a good one. I think we take this ship here, move it to M19 to feint him, and then O17 to feint him.
Oh, you get them both faded.
So, you're going to feint that one,
Yeah.
and then down to there to feint this one.
Yes.
Okay.
Like I said, it's overly aggressive, but I think we need it at this point.
Defense is good offense.
Oh, I messed up.
Oh.
I can't do 2 attacks like I wanted to. I put this guy in the wrong spot.
Good for us.
Yes, good for you.
Sorry.
Advance attack on the cruiser. Roll 2 dice. Aha!
Come on with.
I rolled 2. And it is destroyed.
Can we clear some of these dead ones? Because there's kind of like a ship hiding here. Thank you.
And he went. Back to you.
Okay, I think we take this speedy guy and move him to P22 with an advance and attack run
Against
on
this
that one. And it pulls him out of range of these.
Go for it.
Roll 3. I'm rolling 1, alright. Come on,
Yeah.
2. Boo. He's damaged. And defending at 0. Advance, disengaged. It's your guys' go.
Right. I think we move him 023 for first attack run on that one, the one with the hit.
Oh, that's right. It's going to 2. Yep.
Roll 3. Well, it doesn't matter. He's destroyed.
And then I think we could probably go to 019 for an attack run on him.
Uh, 019. There.
Unless we feint. What would he defend with?
He's already been.
He's defending with 2, but you're only attacking with 2.
Yeah, I think we just feint him then.
Do you even have a ship in range to go after him again?
Mm-mm. We do not.
No, but they stick around until those 2 ships move.
Fair, but as I'm reading, we've been doing it this entire time, but as I'm reading the rules, we've been doing it wrong. It actually clears on the next round, but that's fine.
Oh, it does?
Yeah, I've been reading it. I read it. I glanced at it, and because disengage counts until you go again, until your next turn, but feint is different. It lasts until the end of the round. But
Oh, okay.
I thought it worked the same as feint. It does it, or the same as disengage. Feint does it.
Because if you win, you damage us, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so maybe just disengage to there.
Disengage
I don't
to
think-
here.
Yeah, I don't think we
Okay.
get the. I don't think we'd get over it if we're both defending it too.
It would be tough.
Yeah.
To gamble. Okay. That went back to me. Advance. Disengaged. I need an 8. Back to you.
Well, I think it is time we take this one. Nope, this one. To G41 for a feint. And then I-43 for an attack run.
Works for me.
Roll 3 dice. Come on, 2. Ha ha! Nothing happens.
Right now he's at a 0.
Yes, he is technically at a 0. Back to me, right? Yeah.
Yep.
advance, disengaged. All right. Back to you.
We could get there for a feint, but the only one in position to attack
no.
it is the ranger.
You
No,
can't-
we
you-
move there and then attack pattern
Oh.
right there.
Sorry, yeah, you can get there for a feint. He's disengaged, so he's at 2.
Yeah,
of a
that's what I
zero.
was saying.
Then we
That's what I was-
feint and then smack him with the ranger.
If we get the ranger involved, yes. It's the only ship that would, in range, that could potentially finish it off.
Well, I won't be able to finish him off because he's not damaged. We'd have to hit him twice.
Well, you know what I mean.
We'd have to be able to come in here, attack, run, damage him, and then we could finish him off with the ranger.
Like I said, it all depends if we use the ranger or not.
So what's your play?
Well, assuming this ship faints onto this one, Garibaldi would be telling Sarah to put the ranger on an attack to send the ranger to attack.
If your role playing can convince her.
We've got to get in this fight. We've come this far. We've sacrificed our Starfleet careers. Where there's no way we pull up short now. That ship's by itself. It's vulnerable. We need to take it. Wish we could get this other ship in there. It moved too far.
Yeah, the other one can't make it. It's too slow.
Unless flank speed there. They don't have any other ships in that range.
Oh, yeah.
Flank speed to there and then attack range.
You may want to feint, but that's just the GM's discretion or
Or-
suggestion.
Not if we attack him first.
Well,
'Cause-
do whatever
'cause
you
it's a
want to
4,
do.
right? It's a 4v2, and then
Yeah.
it'd be a 3v1.
Or, flank speed and a feint. That would take him down to 0. Then we got a move and an attack.
Well,
A ranger to finish it off.
we don't need the flank speed if we're fainting because we have this one that could do it. If we move this one to 39, it could feint. And then we could do your flank speed idea to there. I can't see what
You're
number
not gonna be able
it
to
is.
take it out. Just FYI.
I know. I'm setting something up. I'm
Okay.
setting something up. So
Okay.
yeah, let's move the speedy one to M39 to feint.
Okay. So
'Cause-
it's back
Because
to
none
0.
of the other stuff we're talking about happens unless this works. So then we'll move this guy here.
Well,
Um,
And see what he's
It's-
gonna do with his
it's my
ships.
go. It's
Oh,
it's
yeah,
back to me.
sorry.
Yes.
Sorry.
You're getting ahead
I
of
don't think
yourself.
I don't think your movement stops this.
I do have only 2 ships left to move. advanced disengage. Back to you.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Who disengaged this way? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Flank speed,
And
attack run.
Roll 4. It's damaged.
And now you could announce the ship. Now you can role play Garibaldi.
I gotta wait for him.
Well, yeah, it's there's one left to go. Spend the 3 threat. Apparently, I have to. Well, he gets the extra action. Oh, flank speed's till next turn. Eek. Flank. Advanced. And then disengage. All right. It's pretty much back to you guys. You have 2 left. Yeah.
Yeah. So now Garibaldi's console is probably showing the very damaged ship there.
Sarah, bring us around an attack heading. Let's take that one out.
Okay, so you guys doing any of your player actions first?
We're trying to role play.
Well, at least roll to see if we can get it. Yeah, Sarah hasn't agreed yet to the most logical course of action.
Okay, well, you guys can roleplay it.
The conversation is happening openly, or
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Garibaldi's probably
It
yelling
like
on the bridge.
Garibaldi's not just raised his voice. He stopped asking. He's telling Sarah.
Garibaldi, you listen. We might not be wearing the uniform right now, but we've still spent even you with your extracurricular activities have lived within a certain set of moral sphere, and we're granting that just with our presence. We didn't come here to kill hundreds upon hundreds of Kulathians. It's not our job, and we're winning.
It became our job when we came back here, Reef.
It
You
became
got us
our
into
job.
this. We need to finish it.
We are finishing it.
No, we're sitting here like cowards.
Nothing cowardly. We have the magnet aboard our ship, and the Ranger is quite damaged, if you don't remember.
The Ranger's in fine condition. We can destroy that ship or at least disable it. That frees up 3 of our vessels. We need to finish that ship off and then reverse course to make sure the usurper doesn't flee. If we don't end him now, this civil war goes on for months or years. This needs to end today. And the only way it ends today is if we get involved.
It's their war, and we don't know that. Look how much they've done. Look at how much the princess's people have done in short minutes. This has gone from a dire situation to, well, West Dire.
I'm done talking to Reef. Sarah, bring the ship around.
Oh, Sarah, GQ, both of you, I've told you from the beginning, as we started our excursion, I can't give you orders. That's simply my opinion. I can't put you on report. I can't do anything about you disagreeing with me. If that's what you feel you need to do, then do it.
We're gonna cut over to the bridge as we're gonna go to the next scene. Given as there's certainly an argument brewing on board the bridge of the Ranger. Just as you are arguing about coming or getting involved into the fight as a whole with the Ranger, Faye, sorry, I was blinking on the name. So many NPCs. Faye speaks up. I'm detecting 3 more Kulathian ships entered the area, and just as you know, you guys are preparing, which Faye will indicate that they are the larger ones, the battle cruiser type. Only 3 of them. As they start engaging the other Kulathian vessels, Prince Tolin hails the Ranger.
Before we put it on screen, which Kulathians, whose side are they on?
You don't know yet.
Princess, I think it might be a good time for you to make yourself scarce from the bridge for a couple minutes.
I will not.
Admiral, any idea whose ships those are?
They're definitely unclear.
Oh, no time like the present. Faye, I'll put it on screen.
He looks on the bridge, and you see Annika kind of standing behind him. I throw a token on there.
Sir? Ma'am?
May have won this day for now, sister, but the war will rage on. I will be victorious. And as he think he's about to say something else, he starts sort of kind of looks to the Fae, or not the Fae, sorry. Looks at you and then turns and tries to look at Annika, and he kind of starts floating up and his head twists and falls to the ground. As Annika just pushes his by his side. Until we meet again. And the channel closes. As all the rest of the Kulathian vessels disembark except for the 3 new ones.
Did we just witness my sister kill?
Well, um, quite possibly, but the fact is, I'd say the more important thing is we didn't have to, and we were quite successful, certainly today.
Oh, we've got damaged ships out there, whether they're ours or the enemies. Seems like rescue operations are appropriate at this time.
Indeed.
Looks like we're being hailed.
From who?
One of the battleships.
On screen.
Seems I just arrived in the nick of time. Oh, Empress, it seems your death has been exaggerated.
My apologies, Ambassador. However, given the situation, I hope you can forgive me.
You did watch me die. Forgiven.
Oh,
You can buy me lunch.
excellent. I'll buy you 10. Good timing, by the way.
Yes, Empress, your orders, are we to pursue them? And everyone can kind of see she's a little shaken up a little bit.
Ma'am?
No, my brother's dead. And Lander kind of looks puzzled for a moment, seeing that the flagship eventually escaped.
Can we forward him the transmission?
Sure.
If nothing else, it gives him proof.
Shall I repair vessels, Your Highness, to stop or to recapture the flagship? No. That's enough bloodshed for one day. Commander, if you don't mind, I'd like to get back home.
Of course, Empress. And if you don't mind, could I, potentially accompanied by Garibaldi and Sarah, the ambassador and the admiral, could I possibly have a moment to speak with you?
Of course.
And looking around, I'll say, Faye, uh, Kulathian, could you please clear the bridge just for a couple minutes?
Faye looks at you. She looks a bit disappointed, and she walks out. As the major stands up, look. Would have liked to have been more in the fight, Commander, but at least you kept the Empress safe. And she walks off.
Indeed. Thank you, Empress. I wanted to, well, I think as you know, we collectively are in a little bit of trouble with our government for, well, the help that we've given you.
What is it that you ask of me?
Silent.
Well, something that's quite frankly enough to keep us out of trouble. I was hoping I don't have anything specific to ask of you. I can think of a number of things that would get it done, but I don't honestly, it has nothing to do with acquisition and everything to do with self-preservation.
If you wish to have asylum, I will grant it. But perhaps the 4 of you, maybe the 5 of you, should discuss this in private. Admiral, if you don't mind, I think we need to get aboard the station and announce to the fleet and to the Kulathian people what has transpired here today. I'll give you 1 day to decide what you wish to do, Commander. But in either case decision you make, I will do my best to ensure that you are rewarded in a satisfactory manner.
The only reward I think that we could ask for is that which allows us to make it right on our end. We will certainly get back to you.
Nuts. And she looks to the Admiral and they kind of nod, and the 2 of them beam off the ship into the station. Well, as the ambassador kind of looks at you, Reef.
You know,
We'll have time
not
to
for
catch
nothing.
up. But I don't think you should give the cause for the Empress alarm to wait. We can talk later.
Understood, Ambassador. And for what it's worth, I am certainly glad that you are not dead.
Oh, I have more than, I think the humans put it, cards up their sleeves.
Smiling, Ari says, well, then I'll make sure to keep our friendship long lasting so I can see them all.
One day. He nods and closes the communication.
Well, GQ, I know you're pretty pissed off, and Sarah, I'm not sure uh, how you're doing with it, but the fact of the matter is, we did win the day.
No, the Kulathians won the day. We stood by and watched. They
Well,
just got lucky that they had reinforcements show up in a timely manner.
it typically comes down to something like that. And if nothing else, the former emperor will no longer be a threat. And, well, none of us got our hands dirty while protecting the Empress the entire time, giving us leverage to hopefully buy ourselves out of the doghouse.
What about your sister, Sarah?
I don't even know where to begin with that.
Well,
I fear that she is truly lost at this point.
we have, I would assume, the transponder for that ship, and we've been out long enough that another patch of time wouldn't hurt. Do you want to continue to look for her?
Something tells me that when she's ready, she'll find me.
Well, she did. She did imply as such.
Oh, for what it's worth, I'm sorry.
Either case, I came to find out if she was alive or not, and she is very much alive.
And if nothing else, it's not a complete eclipse.
So, Arif, what's your intention? Are you taking the Ranger back to Federation space?
I'd like to see very much what, well, for lack of a better phrase, we can get out of the Empress. I'm thinking something along the lines of a friendship treaty to take place over the next, in increments, over the next several years, with the four of us as the chief negotiators, contingent upon that, something of that ilk. Plus maybe some tech. I'll say with the shrug. I'm open to ideas there, though.
Honestly, Arif, I'm thinking unless you can absolutely guarantee me a pardon from the Federation, I'm not going back.
I won't force you to, GQ, but we can certainly we can certainly figure that out before. I do intend to get as much information as I can before going back. I, quite frankly, have no intention of, well, outlasting New Zealand.
I mean, I figure it wouldn't be that hard to rewrite my entire file, give myself a new identity, maybe get a cargo vessel out of the Empress, and be one of the few people in the Federation space that can freely travel to and from the Kulathian Empire. Could make a fortune.
Well, you might still yet. I think it's a little too early to start thinking up contingency plans. Let's see if we can, well, let's see if we can figure out a way to guarantee you that pardon. after all. Well,
I mean, I could do that for all four of us. It's not that challenging. I give all four of us new identities. We all go separate ways. I can always retire to Trill. Someday I have to go back to Trill. At least when I'm an old man.
smiling a little bit, I'll say, GQ, of course, I'm gonna guarantee it or I'm gonna find a way to guarantee it for all four. And actually five, including Faye.
Now, whatever happens, she's going to need a solid identification.
Yes, I think I think perhaps just us four. We might need your talents for Faye, because quite frankly, there's holes in the one that she already has, as you have figured out.
Frankly, she might actually be safer here in Kulathian space. It's not like Starfleet intelligence is going to come after her here. Well, I guess they might.
Considering what we've seen, that being said, I think we can count on her uh, potentially being an honored guest of the Empress long term if we go that route. I don't think that's a difficult ask. Well, let's get her in here actually and see what she has to say. And I'll tap my comm badge and I'll say, Faye, if you could you please step back into the bridge?
And a few moments pass by as she re-enters the bridge.
Faye, we were just starting a discussion about, well, what's next. And it seems only right that you're included.
I was honestly beginning to wonder if you even trust me, but given my history,
Not completely, if I'm being perfectly honest, Faye, but I'm leaning certainly towards the fact that I don't believe that you mean any of us harm. Certainly not at the moment, and I do believe you also want what's best for yourself.
just a chance to live my life, at least whatever time I have left.
Of course. Uh, there's been a suggestion made that there you might be more comfortable away from whatever potential federation legal or um moral issues you may have in that space and be more comfortable under another assumed identity on Kuathia if the Empress could agree upon it.
To be honest, I would probably not even be safe here.
Okay. My other thought was to keep you close by us, and well, quite frankly, we're the only ones that really know who you are, and I think, and anyone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe we all feel at least some measure of uh, well, a protective attitude towards you.
We could open a bar in Kuat together.
You'll have to ignore GQ. He's a little gloomy at the moment.
Faye just looks at you, Carabal. They kind of goes, "You sure? I mean, that restaurant we went through was pretty doom and gloom."
And you know, if we had a bar with happiness and some sports, maybe a little dancing, we'd clean up. This is the people that need some happiness.
She just kind of looks at you like a little in disbelief, like that would even work. But
Well, we could sneak through the wormhole by DS9 and open a bar somewhere in the Gamma Quadrant.
how would we get to DS9? Their cloaking device is destroyed.
I didn't say it was
I'm sure
perfect.
there's another one out there.
Well, shoot, I'm thinking we get we get the Empress to award us the ship, and we just do the little jumpy thing to the wormhole, go through it before Starfleet ever knows what happened. I wonder how far their jump drives can take. But the commander here thinks he can get us all pardons.
I do. However, once again, in that instance, Faye, it would be my particular hope that you would live your life on, um, well, near one of us, because as I've said, we we would like you to live your life just in safety.
Almost taking her back to the Federations, even if we got pardons, there's some force moving around behind uh, Starfleet Command that's responsible for, well, Faye's existence and an attempt to kill her.
Well, that's why I want to keep her close by to either one of us or someone we trust, because quite frankly, um, even even if you're right, she's I do think she's in just as much danger anywhere she goes.
I mean, ultimately, the choice is yours, Faye. You want to stay here? You want to go with us? Want to go
My
hunt shadowy
odds,
organizations in Starfleet?
my odds are better in favor if I stay with you. But if I'm to go my own way, I will probably move around a lot.
Oh, that's probably going to be true for all of us.
Well, in which case, Faye, I'd say, if nothing else, if it was okay with you and, well, quite frankly, you were okay switching your names, I think perhaps the best course of action might be for you to, well, have been found to be deceased during this mission, perhaps during the crash, and, well, either stick around with us on DS-17 or and looking around at Vogel and Garibaldi, I'll say, or one of us perhaps knows a um, either trusted outpost commander or starship captain, perhaps she could be um, perhaps she could be well further out of the eye of command.
I don't know. It all depends on you being able to do what you think you can do, Reef.
Indeed it does. And indeed it does. And well, quite frankly, I don't think Faye, you'll come up in the first round of discussion anyways. No offense, of course.
Well, I do believe there was a photo out for me on DS17.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Well, something tells me if we do end up making it back with everything being okay, uh, I think hopefully the chief of security will just stuff it next time.
That new chief of security of yours? Good luck with that.
Well, who knows? If we make it back from this one, she might think of that as gravitas. Stop questioning everything. Well, I intend to ask the Empress for that treaty and bearing that a decent amount of technology. Um, Bearing that perhaps something sneaky. Does anyone have, well, anything else or any other ideas? Besides opening a bar.
But it's the best idea I've got.
Sarah, you've been awful quiet during a lot of this.
I set out what I came to do, and I did find out my sister is alive. Whether that's good or bad for the galaxy is yet to be seen. But with that being said, I'm prepared to go back to the Starfleet and face whatever music is waiting for me.
Well, then I suppose it's best that I figure out a way to change that to a prettier tune.
So worst case, we all end up in New Zealand. Best case, keep your commissions.
No,
She
no, Faye.
shrugs.
No, Faye. Best case, we keep our commissions. Worst case, with a bit of a shrug, he says, well, we have a Defiant class ship. That is the worst case in this scenario. Worry not, Faye. We shall protect you.
Yeah, if Reese played his cards right over the flying class ship with the Kulathian FTL drive.
I'm hoping for something a little bigger, GQ. Perhaps we can convince the Empress to allow us to return home with the Ranger in one of the Kulathian ships that, well, were stabbing the bridge.
Well, go do your thing, Reef.
With a sigh, Arif will stand up. Uh, stop by the replicator, get a muffin and coffee, and walk out.
Garibaldi's going to start heading towards sick bay. The Kulathian whose knife he has in his boot is still in our sick bay. Something.
I would say he's been clear. He's been kind of helping out around the ship a little bit, but
That's her name.
Maddie is Maddie is the team lead, I believe. Yeah. It was, I think.
That's what I have in my logs. Was Saya was the one I took that knife off of. Or maybe
Yes, Saya was. Yeah, that she's not the one that boarded the ship though. She was the one, the aide. She's been out of critical condition, but at this point, since I would say all the Kulathians have left the ship except for the 4 that boarded it. When you were on the planet.
Oh, okay. I was Garibaldi was going to go give Saya back her dagger, but if she's gone, that's kind of out of there.
I mean, you're still around the outpost, so you could always talk with her.
Yeah, I mean, Garibaldi will do that go to his quarters for that. And as he passes Faye on his way out off the bridge, he'll say, "We're not going to New Zealand. That ain't happening."
Gives you a nod and sits next to Vogel and monitors the console. Anything you're doing, Vogel?
Just flying the ship. Where did everyone else go after you? Sorry.
I think Garibaldi's gonna go see Saya on the station. I don't know what Reef is doing for sure. I think you're trying to get audience with the Empress again.
Yep.
Okay. Just if FY for game. You guys do need to figure out what you wish to do from here on out. Whether or not you want to go back and face the music or something else that may end the game permanently. So
I mean, that's kind of all dependent on how successful a reef is. Because Garibaldi is not going into a rehab colony.
right.
If a reef can't get him a pardon, Garibaldi's not going back.
We'll say that Garibaldi and Reef beamed over to the station, and since that combat fleet engagement took a while, which I figured it would, speed along. You eventually find Saya as she's kind of like doing some clerical things, trying to get back in the swing of things. Mr. Quinnix?
Please, call me Garibaldi. Got something that belongs to you.
Oh, my knife. I thought I left that at the temple. Oh, I gave it to you, didn't I? That's right.
Garibaldi will just kind of lay it on her desk, say, "You said it was important to you."
It was my
It's a
mother's.
nice knife.
Thank you. She takes the knife and kind of hides it away. I owe you my life, from what I'm told.
As a team effort. I mean, Vogel flew the ship.
Let's talk about more of like the heroics. After I was shot up pretty bad.
Well, I wasn't going to leave you behind. What kind of hero would I be if I left the beautiful princess's aid behind? Make me a cad.
I'll have to remember that one. But thank you.
Well, at the very least, you let me buy you dinner.
Sure.
I'll even let you pick the place, but then again, it is your world. I'm sure you know where all the good spots are.
It depends on how deep your pocketbooks go.
Yeah, unfortunately, I come from a federation of planets that doesn't actually use money.
Well, that's a problem.
I hear your boss owes me a favor or two. I usually come back to the Ranger and I can replicate whatever you want. A little small galley there.
Well, then I'll see you on the Ranger.
I look forward to it. I'll let you get back to work. Everybody will gracefully leave.
As Garibaldi has a date planned for tonight. Arif, you eventually find the princess, who is currently talking with the admiral, as she sort of dismisses him for a moment and approaches you. You come to your decision.
Well, Empress, as I told you, I've got a couple ideas. Well, I'll be honest with you. The easiest way to get this done is, uh, quite frankly, the last option in my book, which is for me to ask you for, well, some sort of technology that the Federation doesn't have, which is quaint and quite frankly beneath, I think, both of us, our peoples, and quite frankly, what we've experienced together. Uh, so I wanna come back to you about that friendship idea, and I think I think certainly this has shown that there are a number of us that are willing to maybe not hop over that line, but tread it extremely carefully to make sure that you get the outcome that's best for your people. Because I hope you know, Empress, if you had the temperament of your brother, I don't believe I would have seen right to assist.
Unfortunately, I cannot offer you anything but my gratitude. I am willing to offer you asylum if you so desire. And if you choose to go back to your people, I will send the best representative I know to speak on your behalf and what you did for our people.
Well, just as much what we did, it would be important uh, to know what we for them to know what we didn't do. But be that as it may I ask why you can't? Perhaps friendship is a little a little strong, but
We do have a non aggression pact, which I tend to fully honor um, as I reign. my people are very have a phobia of outsiders. And I think taking it one step at a time to introduce them to other cultures would be more beneficial than jumping into a friendship with the Federation.
In which case, Empress, on that note, could I offer you an idea that is potentially win-win, certainly for you?
I'm listening.
Well, also keep in mind my own recent experiences and my crew of, well, helping out what a person, uh, even if it meant going out on a limb. But would you be willing to potentially? I think that if there's one thing you may understand better than your brother is that whether or not there's a non-aggression pact in place with the Federation, you're in no danger from them. You're only, quite frankly, in danger of incessant curiosity and uh, offers of assistance. And that can be handled with a simple message. However, if you were, well, quite frankly, so enamored with what me and my crew has done that you were willing to perhaps uh, break the non-aggression pact between the Federation should anything happen to us, well, that would go a long way, and you could get your first experience with many of the other races and species that inhabit this part of the galaxy.
I'll consider it.
If I may request, it's certainly not something I feel like I can bluff with, and I don't want to put you to task, but
I plan on, if you are returning back to your people, I do plan on honoring my father's agreement with my cousin and having Ambassador Landar resume his post.
I would like that. I think he'd be a fantastic ambassador for whoever is in command of Deep Space 17. But Empress, I don't mean to make such fine point of it, but a lot of me and my crew's plans are somewhat, quite frankly, dependent on whether or not we can amass leverage. And as much as I dislike pressing you, I was hoping you could think about it quickly because, well, our futures hinge upon it.
Ambassador Landar would be responsible for all foreign affairs at Deep Space 17.
I understand. Um, in which case, I truly appreciate the ambassador. And, well, I guess I don't suppose I could make
To be
one.
honest, I could care less about the treaty. The treaty is just to give buffer between the Federation and the Empire. But my goal right now, my focus is of my people.
Well,
There's a
that's fair.
lot of continued internal strife which I must alleviate.
Very well. In which case, I should take all of my concerns to the ambassador, leave you alone, and
It would
hey,
be up to the ambassador whether or not he feels that the treaty should remain intact given new leadership.
understand. Uh, and I'd like to thank you for your time. I guess I'm off to see the ambassador and then make a phone call. Uh, Empress, you're, from what I've known of you, you seem like an absolute treasure, and I think that, well, with or without Federation's friendship, you will be a force of good for your people, and I look forward to seeing the Kulathian Empire evolve over the years.
She gives you a warm smile and a nod as she returns back to her duties.
Um, yeah, Arif will seek out the ambassador and probably call Ambassador Admiral Keller.
You eventually uh, find the ambassador who's currently talking with the major on the station.
Ah, Ambassador Major.
Major kind nods. A reef? Ah,
Uh,
Commander, wow. Just a reef now?
uh, well, we'll see, Ambassador. A lot of it's gonna hinge upon you. Major, I have no problems discussing this in front of you. Uh, Ambassador, I'm gonna come out straight. I've just come from an audience with the Empress, who has told me that, well, I feel like a bit of a scuts, telling you this, but for me and my crew, time is of the essence, so I'm sure you understand. But she's gonna honor um, your posting and put you in charge of all foreign affairs dealing with the Federation. Ambassador, I got the sense from her, and you can confirm on your own, of course, that uh, she didn't particularly care about this particular outcome. But please, you know what? I'm gonna come out straight. I need the Federation's non-aggression pact with your people as leverage to get me and my crew, well, out of trouble with my people. Will you help me?
For a friend who saved my cousin's life, I will help you out the best I can. You went far above and beyond. And if need be, I will try and pull some strings.
I appreciate that, Ambassador. That gives me quite an arrow for my quiver. And hey, perhaps if it goes well enough, maybe you could throw my hat in the ring for an ambassadorship.
Then that means our idle conversations would not come to pass. Who knows? You could be assigned to some all or far off place.
Oh, well, I meant to Kulathia specific, but
Mm.
uh,
And there's a reason why I picked the ambassadorship. No intention of returning home, Commander.
very well, very well. Okay then, if you'll excuse me, I've got a communique to make, and hopefully I look forward to, well, buying you that lunch on 17.
Look forward to it.
And Major, uh, even if I do end up getting in trouble, I'm escaping again and coming back because you owe me that fencing lesson.
Remember, if you do get into trouble, Kulathian territory on the planet below Deep Space 17 is technically our territory per Federation policies.
Who knows? I might ask you for an escort there, depending on how this next conversation goes.
Well, we're not at Deep Space 17 yet.
So, if the two of you will excuse me.
Both of them nod at you.
I guess we're going to call Keller.
On the Ranger?
Um, that's a good question. Is there Okay, this is a silly question, but is there any way that they can somehow shut the ship down all the way from 17? You know what? Why risk it? Let's just call him from Kulathia. Let's call, yeah, or wherever the station. Sorry, the station.
As you try to go get a line out from the outpost, a Kulathian technician informs you, he's like, terribly sorry, but subspace communication outside of Kulathian space is currently inoperable. Several relays were destroyed.
Well, that's unfortunate. Thank you. Tell me, would any of your ships have easier time with it?
They all go through the subspace relays.
Much obliged. Um, I guess back up to the Ranger and ask GQ and Sarah if there's any way that um uh we can guard against remote interference from communications.
I'll give you this tidbit. If they do the prefix code, it would shut down everything while you're in Kulathian space, and then they would have to try and retrieve the ship in Kulathian space.
Fair enough. And then, in which case, as silly as it sounds, I'm gonna call the ambassador, ask him to assign a ship to look if we shut down completely, basically tractor us in.
Okay, so the plan is to head back to Deep Space 17 with a Kulathian ship
Oh, we need to use their subspace relays too?
Yes, you are literally out of subspace communication range. Like if you can send a message, it's just gonna take days. Like it's not instant communication. It's like sending a text message and then waiting a day to get a reply. It's the game of Telegram.
Which, does anybody mind a couple days shore leave on Kulathia to ensure safety?
I mean, Garibaldi doesn't, but it's going to be hard to negotiate a couple of days at a time. We'll probably need to talk to the admiral in real time.
All right. In which case, why don't we take the Ranger to see if a Kulathian ship will come with us. I'll transport over to the ship while we're in maximum communications range and see how it goes. That way, if nothing else, the message isn't coming from the Ranger.
You could just reprogram the prefix code on the way.
Okay, if that works too. If we can do that, I'm all for that.
Why not? This is probably gonna be the only role you guys are gonna get today. So control plus engineering difficulty of 3, complication range 2.
Since the prefix code is a security measure, can I argue for security? And since this is a really stupid thing to do, can I argue daring?
I'll allow the security, but the daring, you're gonna have to sell me on it.
Well, reprogramming a starship's prefix code is a pretty daring thing to try to do. Like, on my handy player's guide.
Okay, I'll allow daring, but if there's a complication, not only will you change the prefix code, but you're gonna lock out certain command functions if there's a complication.
All right,
Sir Starfleet.
that makes sense as well. I'd like to spend my determination towards the few lines I will not cross to accomplish the mission value.
Sure.
What's the difficulty?
3. Comp 2.
Security systems is the focus.
Sure.
And then I will give you. Well, we don't have any momentum, so I'll give you enough threat so I can roll 4 dice.
Comp 4.
That would be 6.
Yep. So 3 momentum gained. And you've successfully changed the prefix codes.
Sure, that won't get me in any trouble. I'm already. We're already gonna ask for a full pardon anyway, so I'll be all right. But just for fun, Garibaldi's not gonna tell anybody what he changed them to.
I'm sure Starfleet engineers are gonna have a fun time when they go through the ship if they get it back.
That's a big if.
All right, yeah, you change the prefix codes.
Isn't it 8765309?
Probably.
But I knew you were going. I like it.
It's been a while since I've heard the song, but it's one of those catchy things in your head that you don't forget. Yeah, prefix codes are changed to obviously something generic. So I think it's like 9. It's like 9 numbers, something like that. Or is it telephone number? It might be telephone like numbers. So
It's become unlisted.
what's next?
Get into communications range and unless anyone has any burning desire to speak to Felix, I'll probably take the call privately.
I think that's
Oh,
all.
I want to speak to the admiral, but you might let us listen in.
Of course, I'll let you listen in. There's no reason he needs to. There's no reason he needs to see either of the two of you, but there's no reason I can't mention what my thought process is. However, I I do somewhat think that if it does become clear that a pardon is not on the table, I might be able to give you a bit of a head start, GQ, by claiming you to be deceased as well. Given your record, which I've seen, I don't think, no offense, I don't think that it would be the world's most unbelievable tale.
Probably not. We're a
Uh,
spy in Starfleet.
Indeed, and if nothing else, I'll make sure to say that you weren't shot by one of us this time. Um, but GQ's made it pretty clear about what he wants to do, and Sarah, if if well, if it looks likely that um, our our fate does happen to be confined, is that something you truly like to face, or should I start thinking about arrangements for you as well?
I've always been taught to always face the consequences head on of my decisions.
Exile is just as much a consequence as imprisonment. It's simply which one you would prefer to serve.
You two are, of course, free to do as you wish, but I will be returning.
I don't know what I'm gonna do yet. I'm gonna I'm gonna see how the conversation with the Admiral goes.
So are you guys heading to like maximum range to where you can communicate with him?
Yep. Couple
Um,
seconds away is a-okay.
my question is, Garibaldi, are you wanting to roleplay your date with Saya?
I mean, he's not trying to
Okay.
push it to intimate. He's just enjoying a night out with a pretty lady.
Okay. I will for flare. I will roll high or low.
Low? Go with Garibaldi.
She found the date very enjoyable.
Yeah, well, thank you. So did Garibaldi.
All right. After a little bit, as you're traveling, you're with your Kulathian escort, which would be one of the ships that the ambassador is with, so he's sort of tagging along, making sure everything's okay, as promised to you and the Empress. And eventually you get a communication with Admiral Keller.
And just for what it's worth,
Sorry,
I
was
was
it in on the bridge or was it in the ready room? Sorry.
in the ready room, but it would be broadcast to the bridge anyway, so I have no issues. Just
Okay.
pretend. Uh, Admiral Keller. Hello.
Commander Reef.
Well, hopefully, that's what.
Oh, that's still your rank until you're court-martialed.
That's a fair point, Admiral. I was hoping to inform you of some of, well, my last couple weeks, and well, maybe we could circle back around to that court-martial point after I've made my report.
Commander, you're in a lot of hot water right now, and I think I'm the last person you want to speak with. So if you value your career, you will return the Ranger to the station, and you will turn yourselves in. And then we'll let Jag sort through this mess that you've created.
Oh, nah. What? Yikes. I'll be honest, I'm not a huge fan of Jag, but
It's procedure, Commander, and you know it.
of course it is. However, well, I still think it's wise that you listen to the report, and then uh, I'd like, well, quite frankly, your advice, both as Admiral Keller and Felix. Because as you said, I do appear to be in a lot of hot water. Um,
Give your
well,
report, Commander, and do it quick before I change my mind.
well, the first thing I'd like to report is that the situation on Kulathia is completely stabilized. Um, I'll have you know that without firing a single shot, um, the ranger was able to observe matters unfold. It was, uh, but I'll be honest with you, Admiral, it wasn't quite completely an internal matter. However, well, as I said, we didn't fire a single shot. The Empress has been coronated, and there's going to most likely be a reign of stability within the Kulathian Empire for the foreseeable future.
I don't think Starfleet is interested in reign of stability within the Kulathian Empire right now. They're more worried about getting their ship back and disciplinary actions of you and your senior staff.
Well, let's dispel the fear that they're not going to get their ship back. Admiral, they're going to get their ship back no matter what, and quite soon. The issue is whether or not they're going to be able to court-martial us. I have I got the sense from the new Empress of Kuathia and confirmed with the ambassador that given our willingness to show friendship in a time of need, uh we me and well uh potentially those under me have risen a little bit in the eyes of Kuathia, and well, they don't quite frankly want us to face reprimands. They are willing to pull the non-aggression
It's
pact over.
not about whether or not they want you not to face reprimands. Now, their word may go a long way in the hearing process, but we have to do things by the book on this one, Commander. If you really want to salvage your career, I suggest you head back to Deep Space 17 immediately.
No, please, Admiral. I think one of the Kulathians' rightful concerns is that should that happen, well, they they'd be unable to they'd be unable to allow us to return as you will have probably
So you're
imprisoned us.
stating that you are now prisoners of the Kulathian Empire?
Admiral, of course you know that I'm not saying that.
Commander, if you're wanting my guarantees that you'll be fully pardoned, I cannot give that to you. This is out of my hands.
What about a guarantee that people who may have only been forced to comply via the chain of command, even were they to testify against me, how about a pardon for them? It's important, Felix.
May not be a full pardon, but it would be a partial one.
I need specifics, please.
You have to negotiate with Jag on that one, Commander. All I can say is, depending on how the testimonies go, if you say what you say is true, then your officers' careers might be salvaged. As for you, that might be a different story.
Well, I don't quite care much about my career, Admiral, but I can't I can't bring my people in on a maybe. There's too much, quite frankly, that's tilted against them. They have to contend with the fact that they were facing my orders. They had to contend with the fact that they thought they were on a legitimate operation. And the fact of the matter is, uh, we can wait for Jag's response, but um,
There has to be a formal inquiry and all party members interviewed of the incident, Commander. That you know the
there's
drill.
no reason. There's no reason that can't happen remotely, Admiral. You know that as well as I do. Like I said, I'm quite concerned about my officers and their future. Um, you'll get the Ranger back no matter what, but even if you just want a scapegoat for this whole thing, uh, I'm gonna need I'm gonna need some sort of guarantee.
The
Even
only
if it's
guarantee I'll give you is I won't throw you immediately into the brig on your return. If you decide that. My question for you is, Commander, do you always want to be on the run? Would your officers would like to return home someday to see their family? God knows, Lieutenant Quinix has to return to Trill someday.
then perhaps it's my understanding that perhaps a way to fix my concerns, um, at least for the crew, is that they're able to take temporary residence in the Kulathian embassy. on the planet below 17. That way, we you get everybody nearby, and I, quite frankly, get my guarantee that until pardoned, nothing will happen to them.
We'll send a ship out there to retrieve the ranger. You and you, better be nobody on board that vessel, Commander.
Do you not want me to come to 17?
No, for your safety, if you wish to return to 17 and you wish to hide on the Kulathian embassy until this matter is set to a close, I'm telling you, you better not be on deep space or on the Ranger by the time the Starfleet vessels arrive.
Very well, Admiral. I'll see you when I see you. How's the station?
She's holding together.
Good to know. Sorry about the extra work.
Admiral Keller out.
Uh, Keeping the line open, but only still broadcast to the bridge. I'm gonna say, well, I'll be out in a second. You heard that. Looks like we have another decision to make.
Is the Kulathian ambassador on board our ship or his own?
His own.
So, what do you guys think? GQ, you'll be safe at the embassy, and you can take off to Calathea if things don't break our way, and well, create a new identity then.
There's a lot of risk here involved.
None of us are worth a war.
Well, we're not going to war,
Oh, give me time.
but I'm not going to prison for doing the right thing.
I agree, which is why uh, I negotiated a trapdoor for you. I'm not going to prison either. But it'd be nice to get off.
Hmm. Getting out of the Kulathian embassy going to be tough if they know we're there.
Um, I should probably, speaking of that, could somebody, Faye, could you be a dear and please hail the Kulathian ship for me?
Of course.
Um, Ambassador, I apologize to bother you, but I suddenly realized I may have overplayed my hand a little bit, when, um, in order to protect my crew, I negotiated for them to, um, temporarily stay at the Kulathian embassy. I know that it was uh, somewhat, it felt like it was an offer on your part, but I hope I didn't overstep.
Not at all. Commander Reef, you'll be honored guest.
Couldn't ask for a better host, but thank you. There's a good chance, well, we might all ask you for a ride in a couple minutes.
We stand by to receive.
Thank you, sir. Arif out. And when the transmission goes off, I'll wipe my forehead with a bit of exaggeration and say, "Woo, uh, almost screwed the pooch on that one." Anyways, I think it's a good middle ground, GQ. I'll be honest, I can't ensure your safety, but you heard me. I plan on doing everything I can to shield all of you from any of this. And well, quite frankly, I I think we can get it to work, especially if I've got the three of you, the four of you, uh, behind me, helping me lead the way.
Well, if nothing else, at least from Federation space, I'll be able to break into the Federation citizenship database and write new identities for Faye and I. Maybe the ambassador will even help me get away.
He will. Granted, I haven't asked him that directly, but I think I think we know he will. I
Well, that'd be my ask.
think quite frankly, aside from some of the civilians on 17, the ambassador might be our best friend in the sector.
Well, he owes us.
And he's about to pay off on that debt. Uh, everyone, I'd say you've got a little bit of time to gather your effects. And quite frankly, if you want any particular souvenirs, uh, we can always blame it on damage. I intend to take the painting in the ready room. A memento, as it were. I'd say no matter what, you should all grab a little something for yourself.
Give me like a phaser rifle and body armor.
Whatever you want, GQ, just do us all a favor. Keep it deactivated while we're on the Kulathian ship.
Just kidding. Probably don't want to be carrying Federation weaponry and whatnot around when I'm on the run anyway. At any rate, Faye, you should start thinking about what new name you want. If you want to stay with me on trail or explore the galaxy on your own once we make good our escape.
Uh, Looking at Faye, I'm gonna say, I think you would make a great Morgan.
Gonna need to write. Everybody looks at us. I'm gonna need to write you a new identity anyway.
I'll think about
Get
it.
and get the Kulathians doctors to do some facial reconstruction because I still haven't forgotten whatever shadowy organization led to your existence, but even if a reef is successful in making it unnecessary for us to run, you're still in danger.
Which is why we should keep her close by, unless you know of a safe place.
Well, I want her by me so that I can either arrange for her to be hidden from them, or get an opportunity to capture whoever comes after her.
Well, then perhaps the Kulathian embassy is not the worst place.
That's the place to start. But Faye, you got any ideas about who you want to be when I'm done modifying your file? Let me know. We'll see how good the Kulathian doctors are. I'm assuming the emperor, the ambassador, has his own private physician.
Well, we'll find out.
Well, worst comes to worst, I might be able to find a doctor or two that'll do us a favor.
Anything? I'm sure Dr. Mountain could help out on that front.
He has the skills. I don't think he has the will. He has many times expressed a opposition to covert operations.
I hope you know, however this turns out, at the moment, it's simply a distraction because, as you said, GQ, we do have a mystery in command, and well, Faye, somehow you're one of the keys to that, so we're gonna have to figure that out too.
Of course. If you don't mind, I like to pack a few things.
Don't forget the memento, Faye.
I think there was a set of pajamas that someone bought me. I think I'll take them with me. Just smiles and
That's what
walks out.
And when she's gone, everybody leave the rest of the bridge. Go. Good choice.
it would be schmucky to take the chair, wouldn't it? Reef will say, looking down at the captain's chair.
Oh yeah, that would probably go a mark against you.
Probably not worth it.
I mean, if you took the chair, hey, I hear New Zealand's good this time, nice this time of year.
At least I'd be sitting. Okay, the chair stays. You know, I have to say I miss when the Earthlings would use hood ornaments.
You want to paint a picture of a mythical Kulathian sea monster on the side of the Ranger?
No, no, I do not. Well, I too am gonna go pack a few things. Um, I suppose let's all head over to the Kulathian ship and uh well, let's lock down the Ranger. And I don't know. I have a good feeling about this.
Sure. You had a good feeling about the Empress being able to give us what we needed for a pardon too.
She quite possibly did. She gave us the ambassador, who quite possibly gave us our ticket to freedom. You're old enough to know it just takes a little patience.
Any additional RP before we close out the session?
No, not for good, bro.
Arif is pretty set. He's just gonna walk around being optimistic for the moment, if for no other reason for everyone else.
Vogel, anything else you like to do?
Nope, I'm good.
All right. And with that, I think we'll bring today's session to a close.